It's Wednesday and it is time to sprint with me, Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures. Welcome back, everyone, to my channel. If you're new to my channel, I'm Kat and I like adventure, mostly reading adventures at the moment, but I'm here for some reading tonight. I'm going to do more reading than being productive, but I guess when you're reading for a readathon that's being productive, I guess so. Anyway, it should be a fun evening. We'll sprint for a couple of hours and see how we do. Hello, Swamp Gas. How are you this afternoon? What are you doing? Are you reading? Are you being productive? Bunny updates. Well, I no longer have little baby bunnies anymore. My baby bunnies were moved, and I believe they were moved by the mama bunny. We had a terrible rainstorm the night that I sprinted last week. And even though I covered them up, the next morning when I went out, the little grassy material I had put over them was flung to the side. A mushroom had been bent, and there was this furry stuff on this thorny branch. And the furry stuff seemed like rabbit fur to me, but there was no evidence whatsoever that they had been attacked. Like, I didn't see blood or anything. It was almost like they never existed in the burrow. That is how it seemed to me. So I think, or at least I want to tell myself this, and I want to believe this, Mama Bunny moved them. So I hope they're safe. Their eyes probably are opening at some point, and I just have to keep my eyes open, because if they've been moved somewhere else in the yard, Luna might be able to find them. And that's what I worry about, is Luna finding them. Hey, Alicia, how are you? What's going on with you? What you reading? What you doing tonight? Hey, Halco. Halco's wishing all the peeps a hello. Halco, my kindred spirit. Hope those bunnies are okay. Me too, Halco, because they were so cute. Cute. But I don't know. I feel like there's somewhere, because we have other bunnies in the yard. A couple of them go underneath this shed that's in the backyard. It's my husband's shed where he keeps a lawnmower and stuff. And Luna goes over there and smells a lot of times. And I have seen rabbits run underneath there. So the main times are like earlier in the morning and like in the evening when it's about to get dark. That's the times we have to really keep an eye on Luna. Not that she's trying to be vicious and purposely try to harm them. She just sees something that runs and she wants to run after them. Doing some writing. Think I will hit Silver Nitrate by Marino Garcia today. That sounds fabulous, Swamp Gas. I loved Mexican Gothic by Marino Garcia. Silver Nitrate is on my radar, and I do have the Velvet. I can't remember the whole title for the Velvet one, but I haven't read that one yet. But I liked Mexican Gothic. It was one of my favorites. Hey, Linda, how are you today? What are you doing? Are you still working? Or are you reading? Are you playing games? What are you doing? Let me know. Books. You reading? What you reading? Oh, Alicia, you picked up The Spider and the Fly at the library, so I'll read it in the first sprint. Also started Flowers in the Attic for Garb August. Excellent. I hope you love The Spider and the Fly. To me, it is the most beautiful book. It's just illustrated in such a unique style, that film noir, and the spider is so conniving, and I don't know. It's one of my favorites. I love it so very much. And Flowers in the Attic, have you read it before? I used to own the books, and unfortunately I gave the first 4 of them away. And now I want to kick myself for doing that. Hey, Sarah, I'm listening to Come Out Tonight by Richard Lehman. Ooh, I have not read Richard Lehman, but Kelsey always tells me he can be pretty bad. Working on my diamond painting, and also hoping to start planning my fall bingo for Bookstagram. Okay, fall bingo for Bookstagram. Is this something that you host on Bookstagram? Please give me the deets. And is diamond painting when you put those little pieces into the, I don't know how to describe it. When I went to Scrapbook, they had some ladies who were making pictures with these little pieces and stuff. I don't know if it was called diamond painting or not. Okay, you are up to a whole bunch because you're listening while you're working on your diamond painting, and then you're also going to start this fall bingo that I need to know more about. Give us the deets. I won't be reading too much. I have a lot of crocheting to do. I like this whole crocheting thing too. Halco, I need to check your stuff out. I know you have it on Instagram. I need to see what you can do. I might need some crocheted characters to fill in my bookcase here that I'm steadily adding to. If you notice, more things are getting added to my shelf. I am good. Hope you're good too. I am pretty good. I am going to eat some pitas right now. Chicken pitas. Ooh. Did you make the chicken pitas or did you buy them somewhere? Just curious. Oh, hey, just got home and situated from work. I hope everything's going okay at work. What are you actually doing? I thought you were taking a break from teaching. Did you go back to teaching? Did you get your job that you were hoping to get with doing the tours? Maybe I missed something somewhere along the line. Let me know. I myself will be going back to work too. I'll have more details soon about that. But tonight I am reading Nightstone by Rick Hatala. I'm doing a vlog. This book is a chunker, 592 pages, y'all. And I did divide it up. I even talk about that in my vlog. You'll see me doing that. But I decided that I'm going to spend the week reading this. If I finish it earlier, of course, that's going to be great. But I just didn't want to be stressing myself out because it's so big. But I wanted to finish it within the week. I'm also trying to finish Fairy Tale by Stephen King, which I love. And I feel like I just want to read that all day long and get that one done. But I'm reading a little bit of each of them. So I might be able to finish them both at the same time because Fairy Tale, I think, is 598 pages, but that is going to fulfill my summer book bingo fantasy prompt. This is going to fulfill my book that's over 500 pages. So I can count this for big book summer, summer book bingo, and Garb August. So it's going to count for a lot of stuff. But I'm liking it so far, believe it or not. Loving it much better than that romance that I had last week. Okay, Lauren's going to tell us. I'm working within public history as a youth program educator. That sounds fun. Yes, the cover is awesome, and it is textured. I like the texture on it. The only thing about the cover is it's a little misleading. So I don't know if something's going to change with the cover, but, and I have to say, it's not super scary. I mean, there are some creepy parts to it, but it's not super scary. Like I was going into this thinking, oh, this is going to be so scary. There's creepy elements to it, and I wouldn't want to be put in some of these situations, but I'm only on page 195, so things can change. They're making a lot of discoveries, and, you know, like certain parts of this house that they're in, I wouldn't want to be in, like a cellar. I don't want to be in a cellar. Hey, Mitzi, not sure what I'm going to read yet, but I have a stack of books on my nightstand, so plenty of choices. What an awesome opportunity that you get to choose. Like it's not necessarily for anything in particular, but you just get to pick one off your stack. I love when you're able to just like mood read, but I'm sure that your stack is including books for some kind of reading event, I'm sure, because you are still working on trying to black out summer book bingo, which I'm rooting for you on that. I give tours and interactive lessons about local history. That sounds awesome. Are you enjoying it? Is it, I mean, is it much, it has to be much better than being in the classroom for sure. Yes, that sounds like diamond painting. You're just adding the pieces to the picture. That's sticky. I just started the summer and love it. I'm on my 5th painting. The paintings that these ladies had at the scrapbook event, were absolutely gorgeous, and they would take them when they're finished and then they can frame them or do whatever. I had never seen anything like it before, but some of the ladies were doing that instead of scrapbooking, or some of them were scrapbooking and like interchanging between the two. But I thought it looked fantastic. So what a great way to be creative. That sounds like fun, Lauren. I hope you like that book, Kat. The cover is cool. I am liking it so far. Like I said, it's not super scary. It's not I mean, there's some parts in it that are truly 80s just by references. And there is like some parts in it, like I don't really agree with one of the characters, Jan, the wife. I don't really understand her some of the choices that she's making, just because she and her husband don't really seem like they're having any issues affecting their marriage. They disagree on some things, but if they were having troubles prior to coming to Maine, because they're from Providence, Rhode Island, it was never suggested. So, and then the way they kind of talk to one another has always been in a like friendly way, like everything was going okay. So I don't know. I'm a little confused about that. Thanks, Alicia. Lauren saying it's fun and different, and I needed a little career shakeup. Excellent. Yeah, I still need to fulfill my 500 pages on Bingo 2. I'm reading Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, so hopefully I can finish that by the end of August. Yeah, this is the one that I'm using for the 500 pages. I was supposed to read Boy's Life for that. No, actually, I take that back. I was supposed to read, I think, Billy Summers for that one. And Boy's Life was supposed to be my friend recommendation, but Boy's Life I could not read it in July. It's too much was happening, and so I didn't get to it. So I'm kind of like switching things around. I actually have an Agatha Christie, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, that I did not get to in July. I'm counting that as my friend's rec. And then my nonfiction, I was going to try to read All Creatures Great and Small, because I didn't get to that earlier in the year for the Cozy Cottage Book Club. But I think I'm going to change it to Come Tell Me How You Live, which is the Agatha Christie memoir of when she goes with her husband on that archaeological dig. So I'm kind of mixing my books around to, I'm just having to change what I'm doing. But I am close to getting some bingos. That's all I can say. I'm close. Hello, Kat and chat. Hey, Readers Retreat. Welcome. What are you doing during sprints? Are you reading? Are you being productive? Are you hanging out? Are you watching television? What are you doing? Lauren says, I am going to be editing a video today. Very good. I started editing my vlog for Garb August, and I did film a video today for a book mail book haul. So I got some books in that have been sitting around that I have collected all year, that I've gotten in the mail for various things. I'm trying to get through these book hauls because I need to get the books on the shelves so that I can read them. I've also been trying to catch up on some videos, people's videos. I watched, just got finished watching Crystal's July wrap up, which, oh my goodness, she read so many awesome books. Annie says, I like the older Gothic books, but they are hard to find as ebooks. My Hoopla does have Dark Shadows, so I'm reading the first one, subtitled Victoria Winter, Who is the Governess? Now, you see, I would like that. I love Gothic books too, and they just, I don't know, they excite me. I decided to try Richard Lehman because of Kelsey. LOL. This one's decent so far, fast-paced. I'm at 46% now, started last night. Yeah, I heard Richard Lehman is just, she always tells me not to read Richard Lehman because she thinks that I would not like it, just because of how he portrays women and stuff like that. I always ask her beforehand, do you think this is a book that I can handle? And she'll tell me yes or no or maybe, depending, because she knows my taste. Dark Shadows is also a novelization of a TV series. I loved Dark Shadows. I have seen some episodes of the original. Then I did see the other show. I want to say the man who played Barnabas Collins was Ben Cross, maybe. Wasn't he the Chariots of Fire guy? I think it was Ben Cross. Don't quote me on that. And then, of course, they had the Dark Shadows with Johnny Depp. But I loved the Dark Shadows, like the show. I haven't read anything. Reading Wasteland, the third book in the Dark Tower series. That's excellent. I have been wanting to read the entire Dark Tower series. I think I would have to have a whole entire year to do it. I have only read The Gunslinger, which I absolutely loved. How is the Wasteland? How is it going? Forgot to say hi everyone. Annie forgot to tell everybody hi because she was so excited to tell us what she was up to. I don't think you would like Richard Lehman either. Yeah. See, Alicia, it has not taken you long to figure out what my tastes are. I am just one that I don't mind like horror that has like a purpose. Like I absolutely loved The Troop. And I absolutely loved Kill Creek. I thought those were fantastic. Although there are some scenes in it that I was, sad about. But those did not bother me. But there's sometimes in horror you have to be careful because some of these authors cross the line. And y'all know how I feel about women not being treated like they're supposed to. Crystal, I was just talking about you, Crystal. I just finished watching your July wrap-up video, which is fantastic. You read a lot. I am like in awe of you and everything that you read in July. And I have to tell you, of all the books that you read, there was only one that I have read, and that was Spirit Hunters, which I need to read the rest of that series because I thought Spirit Hunters, it's a middle grade book. It's a ghost story. I thought it had the right amount of creepiness to it. Like if I was a middle grader, I would have loved reading that back in the day. But yeah, good stuff. If y'all have not seen Crystal's wrap-up video, I highly recommend it because she did that K-Tropathon, and I thought that was fabulous. And also I have informed my husband that we are going to make that egg roll in a bowl because it's very simple, and I want to do that this weekend. And he says, I like the TV series too. The latter part from the 70s is on Tubi TV. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. Swamp Gas is telling Crystal hello. Sarah says, yes, I host the Fall Bingo on Bookstagram. I did it last year, and it was a lot of fun from September 1st to October 31st, a mix of reading and activity prompts. I can send it to you when I'm done if you want. Yes, I want to know about this Fall Bingo. Yes, please send it to me. Let me see. Will it allow me to put my email address? I don't know what capabilities I have here. Whoops. So, send to me. It let me do it. Okay. Yeah, Sarah, I want to know about this. I think it would be fun. I love these bingo boards and things that you have a little more time. That's what I think what was so appealing to me about summer book bingo is that your TBR, when you're doing your TBR, a lot of the books that you already have on your TBR fit it. So I think that's fun. Yes. Trying to think. Crystal, help me. Which video, because it was another video that I watched of yours just recently. I'm trying to catch up on people's videos. Egg roll in a bowl is great. Are you saying it's great because you know from personal experience, or that it just sounds like it's great? It looks so good that I haunted Crystal for that recipe. There's my email if anybody wants to email me. And Crystal's saying, hey, Swamp Gas, I can send it to you on Instagram when it's ready. Okay, yeah, you can send it on Instagram, or you can send it, to my email, which however is easiest for you. Crystal is thanking me. I think July was my best reading month of the year. I had such a good time with the events I participated in and read some great books. You did. I mean, so many awesome books. I'm just so impressed. So impressed. Oh, you make it too. Okay. Well, this sounds easy. It's a very little ingredients. And because I am plant-based now, I probably would just do a veggie one without the ground beef. But I mean, they're veggie egg rolls. They don't have to have any kind of meat in them. So I think that would be fine. Alicia, if you think it sounds amazing, I will email you the recipe if you want it, because I can send you that recipe. But Crystal made it. It looked delicious. She sent me the recipe, and I think I could even make it. I mean, I don't like to cook. That's why I always ask my husband to cook. But I might do some video of him cooking, and I'll be his assistant. Like, I'll hand him the things. How about that? I made egg roll in a bowl in my Garbaga. Yes, Garbagas vlog. I know I had just recently seen it, and I need to keep track of it all. But you did send me the recipe, and I'm very appreciative. I will send it to you, Alicia, because I think you would love it. I use veggie meat in mine. Oh, good. Good, 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 good. That would be perfect. I wonder do you think I could use tofu if I could find crumbles? Do you think tofu would work? We attempted tofu, like to make it in the air fryer, and it was kind of okay. And then we never went back to fix the rest of it. And we ended up having to throw it out because I'm real funny about having stuff in my refrigerator for too long. I don't want to get sick. You know how that can be. Okay, I need to get Pomodoro Kitty up because normally I get my stuff. My friend Roxanne called me right when I was about to start sprints. And so I talked to her for a few minutes and then totally forgot that I had to set Pomodoro Kitty up. So we're going to have pretty much the same kitty cat we had last week. I mean, I guess I could change the background color. Let's see. We were purple last week. Let's see what black looks like. Let's do black since I'm wearing a black shirt. How about that? Yeah, okay. Let me get rid of this. Okay. So, I don't know. 30 minutes, guys. I want to start with 30 minutes. I always like to start with 30 minutes. Just because it gives everybody a chance to get settled. Yeah, tofu definitely would work. Just cut in small cubes and cook it up a bit first. I love tofu, but my hubby doesn't like it, so I use the veggie meat crumbles. Is the veggie meat crumbles like Beyond or the Impossible? Let me know which ones you use. I'd love to know. Hi, I'm listening to Nathaniel by John Saul, and it's very mediocre. Very mediocre. I have a John Saul book that I picked up from the Friends of the Library sale, and I was thinking about reading it. If for some reason I could finish this book before the weekend, I might try to sneak in that John Saul. It's kind of skinny. I could get away with it because it would be, well, it's not a paperbacks from hell. I mean, I guess it would just be a horror book. I'm trying to do the weeks, like the themes for the weeks. Hey, Kay Simmons. Hope everyone is well. Everyone, I hope is well too. I am doing well and excited about getting some reading done. To meet my goal for today, I have to read at least 61 pages. That is what I need to read to fulfill my goal for the day, because I need to read at least 85 pages a day. But one thing I have noticed about this book, it reads very fast. Just finished a book, about to start the next in the series. Awesome. So lots of reading going on. People getting themselves settled. Let's go ahead and set our kitty cat for 30 minutes. Let's see, start. And share our screen. I'm so glad y'all are here. Share. Let me go back. Sorry, I got to talk this out to myself. And before we go, let's see, Katrina said that I'm counting Nathaniel as paperbacks from hell. It was published in 1984. Okay. Maybe I could count the other one. I think I read Nathaniel a long time ago, but I remember that title. And that's Kay Simmons saying that. Okay, so the timer has started. Happy reading, everyone. And I will see you back here in 29 minutes and 12 seconds and counting. Welcome back, everyone. Let's see. And look, someone is with me. One of my favorite people, Andrew. Y'all recognize Andrew. He was in my last vlog. So he is going to just hang out for a few minutes. Let me see how everybody did catch up in the chat. And then he's going to talk to y'all a little bit about what he's into. I don't know if y'all know this, but today is National Book Lovers Day. I don't know how many of y'all know, but it is. You know me, I love books. Margaret Pinard was in the chat. I will be on Margaret's channel on Friday if anybody's interested. She is an author of historical and fantasy fiction, and she is doing a show Monday through Friday called Fireside Chats. And she has a special guest every night. And I've watched a couple of them, and they are very interesting. They do flash fiction. Last night she had a booktuber on, and they talked about, you know, what they were working on. So it's nice to collaborate with AuthorTube and BookTube. So any of you out there who are authors or like to write, you might want to check out AuthorTube as well. She was asking me what I was working on, and I was telling her about Nightstone. Hey, Vanessa, how are you? Are you reading tonight or doing productive tasks? Hello, Em. How are you? Welcome, welcome. It's been a while. I'm so glad you're here. Are you reading tonight? And Margaret's telling us to have fun because she will be going live shortly. And Alicia's telling Andrew hello. Alicia, you should have got the recipe. I sent it to you. Mitzi is also telling you hello. And Alicia said, I read The Spider and the Fly and I loved it. Oh, it's so gorgeous. I'm glad you loved it. I had a feeling you would. And Lauren said, hey, made lots of progress on editing. Excellento. I'm glad to hear that. Well, Andrew is a reader, but he has not been reading much. What have you been up to, Andrew?
I've been reading a little bit. The Naked Ape by Desmond Morris is what I've been reading. It's about human evolution. It's pretty interesting. But besides that, I've just been taking part in my hobbies. I am a model kit builder. And I want to show you all the wonderful world of model kit building. Currently, I'm working on a World War II plane.
Yeah,
if anyone liked playing with Legos growing up, model kits are kind of like Legos for adults. You know, a lot of them take glue and paint. The only glue and paint kit I've fully finished is this little Schwinn bike right here. It wasn't originally this color. I had to paint it and then glue it together. Even has a little kickstand.
I like the little water bottle.
Yeah, it has a water bottle, all that type of stuff. And then I also build, it's also a model kit, but it doesn't require glue and paint. They snap together. Gunpla. It's like robots and stuff. If anyone knows of the Gundam anime,
which is Japanese, isn't it?
Yes, that's what anime is. Japanese.
Yes.
And that's been really fun. I actually have my own Instagram.
Yes, he does have an Instagram, and it would be wonderful if anybody's interested in following him. I'm going to try to cut and paste this. Let's see. But let's see.
It's called Super Zap Plamo, which is plastic model. That's what Plamo means. I don't know if the link is going to work, but yeah, you can see it spelled out in the URL, superzap_Plamo. I try to post daily on that account, but sometimes it doesn't work out. It depends on if I'm in the middle of building something, or I try to post stuff on my story. I just actually airbrushed the World War II plane that I showed on the camera today. That's why I'm very sweaty and disgusting looking.
He is not sweaty and disgusting.
I've been out in the Louisiana summer heat, just airbrushing stuff. And every time you use a color, you have to go back, clean out the airbrush, put the new color in, mix it to get the right consistency, that type of thing. It's a little frustrating, but it's fun. It gives me a creative outlet since I'm not in art school anymore.
Yes, because Andrew, many of you know, Andrew graduated with a degree in art with a concentration in art history, but part of his curriculum, he had to take sculpture classes and the printmaking classes, art classes, photography, drawing. He took a lot of different classes as part of it. But his thesis, instead of doing an art project, he actually had to write a thesis.
25 pages
25
long
pages
with a 45
long.
minute presentation in the end.
Yeah, he had to defend it too. So it was pretty interesting. But anyway, he is a reader, he's a lifelong learner, and he loves to be creative. And so this is something that he's gotten into. So if you know anyone who's interested in seeing his models come to life, after he builds them, check out his Instagram. Sometimes I do post in my stories, and
if anyone wants to do something similar, I definitely recommend some of the Gundam kits. They're really fun, simple. All you need is a pair of clippers, like bead clippers, basically, to cut the plastic pieces out of the runners. And then you can just snap them together. They don't take any glue or any paint. And they're really fun. You can knock one out in a day or take longer if you want to. And there are people who paint them and stuff like that. I just like to put them together. Honestly, for someone who builds model kits, I actually hate painting in general, but the airbrush makes it a lot quicker because you just, you spray it basically. But yeah, I definitely recommend people who are looking for new hobbies. It's really interesting. I kind of became obsessed with it instantly. Also, a few days ago, I got into stamp collecting, but we've just joined that. So I'm a very amateur philatelist at this point.
Well, Andrew is a collector. He and I are very similar in that. Like, if we start with something, we want to collect everything in that. He collects books. He has collected Pokemon. He has collected Hero Clicks. You've collected like cards, like for card games.
Yeah, cards were dangerous. All the collecting's to my detriment because I spend so much money on it. But at least with the Gundam stuff and the model kit stuff, you might buy one Gundam kit for $20. That's not bad, and it's a fun experience to sit there and build it, and then at the end of it, you have a cool figure or something to display at the end.
Right.
So even though for me the most fun part is actually building it, it's like so neat to have something in the end that you can take pictures of and you can pose it in different ways. And for the planes and the bikes and stuff like that, it's just giving me something more realistic to work with, I guess. Because honestly, I don't know much about the history of the vehicles that I'm making. I just kind of go to the store and pick something that looks cool to me.
Well, and actually, you bought a book about the planes.
Yeah, I bought a book on World War. Well, I bought a book on just aircrafts in general because the planes are my favorite thing to build. But I'm trying to stay universal and reach out and everything. But yeah, it's just super fun. And I recommend, again, anyone who liked Legos growing up, it's basically just adult Legos. You can have fun with it. And, you don't have to paint something what it looks like on the box. You can make whatever you want because anytime you buy those planes or the bike or anything like that, it comes just gray plastic. So you can paint it any way you want.
Yeah. And then, so he's also getting the skill of airbrushing too, because that was not something he did in school. He didn't do that in school.
Not at all.
I mean, my dad airbrushed. My dad is a commercial artist. He's also a carpenter by trade, but he is a commercial artist as well. And airbrushing was one of the things that he did. I remember growing up, he would airbrush our shirts. Yeah, so it's pretty cool.
Anyway, like, comment, subscribe on Mom's YouTube channel. She's great. read books, go to school, don't do drugs, the good stuff.
Anyway, he was here, so I wanted him to come and just kind of co-host with me just for a second. I just thought it would be fun. He needs to come on one day with ice cream bar so he can talk about speckled king snakes and the adventures with Ice Cream Bar.
Maybe one day.
One day.
and I will definitely be doing more reading soon. I'm going to be starting a job as a library technician.
Yes, he is starting at the library in Baton Rouge.
So hopefully while I'm helping people at the library, I'll also have time to just read while I'm at the desk. So yeah, besides that, reading a bunch of manga. I guess it doesn't count as much as normal books.
A lot of people in our chats read manga. A lot of our friends here in the chat do read manga.
Which I just finished reading everything that's out for Chainsaw Man right now, at least the physical.
Well, we have some of my friends here have read Chainsaw Man. Katrina Brown did because she read it and said the first one had to do with zombies, which I think is pretty exciting.
The Gundam manga ties in with the model kits, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Vagabond, all-time best manga series ever written. Check it out. It is beautiful and it's historical. It's biographical and based off the life of a person who most likely existed, Musashi Miyamoto. But yeah, read more books, make model kits, follow me on Instagram. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Andrew.
Love you, Mom.
I love you too. I'll see you later.
See you later.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. Okay, I hope you don't mind that I had my little guest here. He was out painting, airbrushing out on our deck. So let's get back into our chat. Thank you very much for humoring me with that. I love spending time with Andrew. Alicia said, I did get the recipe and I think I'll make it this coming week. It looks amazing. I'm trying to get my husband to make it this weekend. That's what I want to do. Vanessa said, I just finished making dinner. I made stuffed peppers. Yummy, yummy. That sounds delicious. Emma's reading an arc of Something Wicked, Something Dark by Jamie Stewart. That sounds great. Mitzi loved the bike. Super cool. And Lauren thought that was so intricate. Thank y'all so much for letting him talk about it. He's so excited about these model kits. His girlfriend is like, did he have to get another one? But he is my little sweet one. He's my sweet boy. And yes, if you would give him a like or, subscribe to his Instagram account, it's Super Zap Plamo on Instagram. I think his little image is a bike, or if you know somebody that likes it, let them know. And Alicia, you must be a patient man, Andrew. Yeah. What a fun way to blend art and other media interests. Yes. Airbrushing is definitely a cool skill to have. He's learning too. And yes, we need to bring Ice Cream Bar next time because I did take some pictures at Andrew's little party we celebrated. He had Ice Cream Bar out to show everybody because he's grown up a little bit. And I took some pictures. So Alicia, I will send you a picture of Ice Cream Bar. He is so cute. Hey, Cat's Novel Adventures. This is Jordan from the Blind World, and I love ice cream. Hey, okay, that was double. I'm happy you're here, Jordan. I think this is your first visit here. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Felicia. This is Of Dreaming Truth, another author. Hello, welcome. I love our mixing of AuthorTube and BookTube together. What are you working on, Felicia? What is going on with you today? Also, Jordan, what are you working on? Are you reading or are you doing productivity tasks? Let me know. Are y'all ready to do another sprint? I did not get many pages done because I ended up taking care of feeding Poir, my kitty cat, and also scooping poop out the litter pans, which is not so exciting, and then just getting myself settled here. I only read, I think, 10 pages of my book, but new character has been introduced in my book, and he may have some information about the find. They found this mummified hand on the land where the house is that this family is living in, and he might have some information. We did find out that there was a house there and it burned down, and this new character Billy said his grandfather said good riddance, but then a new house was built, and that's where the Kivinen family came in, which is our character Don's grandfather. So anyway, interesting book, I will say. Working on the zero draft of a thriller. That sounds really good. A thriller. Ooh. Now, Felicia, do you have a YouTube channel for your writing, or is yours mostly blog based? I need to know, so I can see, because I'm not sure if I subscribe to your channel or not. So I know some, like Joanne at JK Lambo. She has obviously a YouTube channel, but she doesn't really put out any videos or anything about her writing. I think most of her stuff is on a blog. So let me know so I can make sure I'm following you on the right platform for sure. Do we want to do 30 minutes or do we want to do 45? Let me know what y'all want to do. I'm okay with either one. I know some people like the shorter ones, some people like the longer ones. I'm okay with either one. Any feedback on that? Okay, let's see. Alicia says I'm cool with either one. Okay. It's mostly about my writing, but not in the vlog style. Okay. So it is YouTube. It's mostly about your writing, but not in the vlog style. Okay, good. Sweet, your son was on here. My son is sprinting with me too. Oh, how old is your son? Okay, how old is your son? Andrew just made 22. 45 for Felicia. I like long ones, but whichever you want. Swamp Gas, 35 minutes is not a choice. It's either 30 or 45. 30 or 45. That is our choices. I think we're going to go with a long one. Your youngest is 15. Awesome. I like that your youngest one is sprinting with you, that your son is with you. Andrew and I, we have so much in common, much more than my oldest son and I do. And we do like similar things as far as activities and stuff, and we're both collectors, but of different things. And books, I will say we are very similar about our books, and I have scrapbooking as my hobby. Now he's got the models to build as his, so it's pretty cool. He is the one that is here. My eldest is 27. My eldest is 34. Can you believe that? I thought Andrew was around my eldest son's age. He's 21. Yeah, Andrew just turned 22 on August 1st. So he just made 22. And his little girlfriend just made 21. So yeah, he's still the youngster for sure. But he's so that's your oldest, and he's my youngest. Okay, so let me change our little kitty cat to 45 minutes. So we'll give everybody a little more time. Let's see, set it, start it. Okay, so happy reading, happy productivity, and I'll see you. Oh, it does help if I share the screen, huh? So y'all can see the timer. That would be nice, huh? There we go. Okay, see y'all in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. How did everyone do? I made it to my goal. So I made it to page 255, and we had another tragedy that made me very sad. So we also, a lot of the supernatural creepy stuff has been happening to Don and Beth. Don is the father, Beth is the little girl. And his wife Jan really hasn't experienced anything, but she did hear something odd, and it was in the cellar. And Don had an experience in the cellar as well. So she's experienced her first situation, and now they've had a tragedy at the home. And it's very sad because it involves their puppy dog. So I don't know. The thing about this book is it's kind of a tease. Like it's just like building up, but then nothing really happens. So I'm just like, I don't know. I think this book could be trimmed down a lot and get to the point, because there's a lot of different plot lines going on that aren't really going anywhere. Now, I will say I do like the references to the 80s. For example, Jan and Donna are discussing when she decides to go work at this place called the Rusty Anchor. It's a restaurant, like a Greasy Spoon. They mention Alice. I don't know if any of y'all have ever watched Alice. And Flo would tell Mel, because they worked at Mel's Diner, you can kiss my grits, every time she didn't like whatever somebody said. They mentioned Simon and Simon, which it was a crime drama TV show back in the 80s. They mentioned Merv Griffin. And then they also mentioned that the little girl, Beth, she goes to the mall with her neighbor friend, and she gets the latest Tears for Fears album. So I looked it up, and that year in 86, their album was called Songs from the Big Chair. So I just thought that was pretty cool too, to have those references. So I'm enjoying that aspect of it, the nostalgic part of that. But I mean, I'm waiting for something to really, it's almost like we're getting closer, but not close enough. And I don't know. I don't know where this is going to lead. I don't know if because, it says at the top, the old house in Maine was a haven for evil. Well, I don't know if the evil came before the Kivinen family got there, which is Don's family, or if it happened prior to that, and that's why the Kivinen family had tragedy. I don't know. I'm just a little confused. I mean, I do think it could be trimmed down a lot. That's for sure. So let's see what's going on in our chat. Oh, first of all, Lauren was like, ice cream bar. Yeah, ice cream bar is very cool. So we need to have ice cream bar on as a guest. And Joanne showed up in our chat and was wishing everyone lots of hellos. And I was welcoming her and asking her what she was working on. She is working on chapter 24 of Project Sugar and Spice. Joanne is a writer, and she is working on her newest book, book number 2. So I was asking her how many chapters she was planning to write, or if she hadn't made that decision yet. Kay was telling Joanne hello. And then Joanne said that right now there are 36 chapters, but she's trying to lessen that down to 30. And of course, Joanne was asking how Kay was doing. I think that Joanne has a good plan in place. And Kay says she's doing well. She's just reading and trying to stay cool. A little humid here. Yes, it is humid here in Louisiana as well. Jordan Mahoney is back. He was over at, I don't know if this is the name, Overweight Power Play Press on Melissa's live stream. So he must be trying to be on both. By the way, Catching Up Adventures. I'm not working on anything at the moment. And then he says he is trying to get back into the world of writing. I haven't written anything in a couple of years. So I think that sounds great. Even if you're just writing freestyle and trying to get your thoughts down, that would be wonderful. Kay finished 3 chapters. Awesome. Alicia said, I read a little of Flowers in the Attic. How are you liking it? I don't know if you heard my question. Is this the first time that you're reading Flowers in the Attic, or are you revisiting it because you read it years ago? I have actually only read Flowers in the Attic once, and I want to say I had to be in high school, maybe 8th grade at the earliest, but high school, 8th grade or high school. And my friend Shelly discovered it, and she would read the first book, Flowers in the Attic, and then she'd pass it to me and I'd read it. And then I'd have to wait on her to read the second one. And we would keep, doing that until we finished it. But we really did like it back then. Of course, now that I think about it, there's so much messed up stuff in Flowers in the Attic. It's crazy how you think about things differently as an adult. Hello, Martha. Welcome. Martha Jones is the host or the booktuber of Self-Righteousness. I have just subscribed to Martha's channel because she was a guest on Margaret Pinard's channel for the Fireside Chat, and really love your channel, Martha. I've only watched the one video, but I have looked through your backlist, and there are several videos I'm interested in watching. Martha says, I'm currently beneath the Mason-Dixon line and slightly surprised I have not heard anyone say kiss my grits, although folks have feelings about their grits down here. Yes, I used to love when Flo would do that. Alice was one of my favorite shows growing up. In fact, I had neighbors and we would do skits in their garage. And one of the TV shows that we would do our skits was Alice. And sometimes I got to be Flo. So I just loved being able to be like, kiss my grits. Anytime I was, not thrilled with something they were having me do. Louisiana, my mistake, down here says me to someone in Louisiana. Yes, I am Louisiana. I actually lived on the South Shore. That's where I grew up, which is about 20 minutes away from New Orleans. People probably have never heard of River Ridge, but that's the little town that I grew up in. And it's the suburbs of New Orleans. And then, let's see, 24 years ago, July made 24 years. 24 years ago, my husband and I moved to the North Shore. We had bought property here and built our house. So we've been here on the North Shore for 24 years. Hard to believe, time flies. But we're in a subdivision, but we're technically considered rural, more country. In fact, I was checking my phone because I belong to a Facebook group for our subdivision. And apparently a cow, a bull to be specific, was running through my subdivision. And the owner was on horseback trying to retrieve it. Go figure. The craziest things happen. Like the time those girls were in the golf cart, and in the middle of me filming my vlog about Welcome to Camp Nightmare, the dog ran up to their golf cart and they just started screaming in the middle. Craziness that happens. Waves. I did read it years ago, but I only remember the very basics. I am really enjoying it so far. I never read any of the other books in the series. Yes, you should read the whole rest of the series if you can, because so much happens, after the initial one. Probably just my memory, Flowers in the Attic was probably the best of the 4 books, but I've mentioned this before. I could kick myself for getting rid of them. I gave them to my friend's daughter. She probably threw them away. Being up north here, I have not heard that in so long. Up here, you're lucky if they know what grits are. I love grits, and thankfully grits are gluten-free, so I can eat them, and I love them. And one of my favorite dishes, some of y'all watch my vlog, is shrimp and grits. And I love that. When I go to a restaurant, if shrimp and grits is on the menu, I want to try it. I used to always want to do bread pudding also, because bread pudding tastes different from restaurant to restaurant, but I can't have bread pudding anymore unless it was a very special occasion. And I don't know. I can't try it every time I go to a restaurant, but I just recently had shrimp and grits at Zia's Rotisserie and Bar, and so yummy. So, so yummy. You live in New Orleans? I live now an hour away from New Orleans, but I grew up about 20 minutes away from New Orleans back in the day. So, yeah. And we go down to New Orleans on a regular basis because my husband and I both love live music. And I have friends that still live in the area where I grew up. And yeah, I mean, we went and saw Duran Duran back in June. So we went into the city and we stayed at a hotel in New Orleans so we didn't have to drive back late at night. But yeah, there's a lot to do there in New Orleans. So if anybody goes to New Orleans, I know recently Lauren at Happy Haunts Library went to New Orleans. If you're ever in the area, it would be fun to catch up. I love them too. Yeah. Grits are awesome. And there's so many ways to fix them. Okay. So I want to know how do you fix your grits? Okay. How do you fix them? My favorite variety of grits is definitely cheddar jalapeno. That sounds good. I probably couldn't eat the jalapeno. It would probably hurt me. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah. Being close to New Orleans is cool. I think it's a fabulous city. There's always things to do. I also did perform some improv in New Orleans. The school that I took my improv classes is actually in Metairie, which is suburbs of New Orleans, but we performed all of our showcases and our graduation from the curriculum was at a place called Actors Apothecary, which was in New Orleans and at a little theater. Also, if anyone's interested, I'm raising money for commission character art for Project Sugar and Spice. Any amount is appreciative. Yes, if anybody wants to donate to Joanne's character art, please do. I would love to visit New Orleans one day. I would eat so much food. Oh, yes, you would. Because have you ever been to New Orleans, or have you ever tried any cuisine from New Orleans? I mean, I know it's different in different places, but there is so much. Like if you come during crawfish season, there's boiled crawfish. If you love any seafood, there is all kinds of seafood dishes that are famous here in New Orleans. And then of course you have to try beignets at Cafe du Monde, because beignets are delicious. They're a donut. Oh, so good. So many things. And king cake. Alicia, have you ever had king cake? Oh my goodness. King cake is wonderful. I've been to New Orleans twice, I think. I love Cafe du Monde and Bee's Bistro. Excellent places to visit. Okay, Kay puts butter, sugar. I've never put sugar in mine. Butter, sugar, cheese, plain with steak and eggs. Now, I haven't done steak and I haven't done sugar. We've done some sausage, and my husband will do eggs, but he mixes the eggs in really well that you don't even know they have it. We do butter. Now I have to use a vegan butter. And that's my little egg that I get for the week, is when he makes me some cheesy grit. He calls them cheesy grits with eggs, and I have to have that plant-based cheese. Not all at the same time, by the way. Yes, I kind of figured that you had different ways. You know what I put sugar on? I don't know if you've ever eaten cream of wheat, but I love cream of wheat too. And that's where I would sprinkle a little bit of sugar, and I love that. Beignets are delicious. Yes, they are delicious and they are messy. And I would recommend the day that you eat beignets that you would not wear a black or dark shirt, because the minute you bite into it, the sugar, the powdered sugar is everywhere. Alicia says, I've never been to New Orleans, but I've been to many New Orleans style restaurants and I always love everything. I have tried king cake. I didn't get the baby though. That's a good thing. You don't want to get the baby because that means you'd have to buy the next king cake. I had a king cake soda from a Beta Brewing Company once, and that sounds very interesting. That must have tasted really sweet. I don't mix the eggs into it, just next to it. Yeah. I always, if somebody does my eggs over easy, I will put my eggs in my grits and mix it. But the way he mixes it, like you don't even know they're in there. It's really weird. Also, question for you guys. My FMC is trying to decide which fruit will pair well with her almond cake. I'm trying to pick from peaches, apples, or nectarine. Well, if I had a choice, I would say peaches. Let's help Joanne out. What would y'all choose? Peaches, apples, or nectarines to pair with her almond cake? We had almond cupcakes for Andrew's birthday, and I would think peaches. That would be my vote, peaches. Hello, MJ. She's asking, how is everyone? We are all doing well. We're hanging out and we are reading, and my writers are editing, and we're having a great time. We're talking about food, New Orleans food. How are you doing, MJ? What are you up to? What are you reading? What are you doing? And Joanne's saying she's doing well. Thank you. What about you? I leave for a bit and we're talking grits. Yeah, Crystal, we're talking grits. Do you like grits? Do y'all eat grits in North Carolina? Tell me. Do you have a good place that makes shrimp and grits? Also, Joanne needs some help. She's trying to decide if an almond cake should be paired with peaches, apples, or nectarines. My vote, peaches. Kay also likes cream of wheat, but I have issues with wheat lately, so butter and sugar on grits makes it like cream of wheat. Yes, I would think so. So are you gluten-free also? Is that what's going on with you too? Because I am gluten-free, dairy-free. I'm only supposed to have very minimal animal products. The only thing I'm not free of is plants. I would say peach or nectarine. So Alicia's going peach or nectarine. So let's see what else. Hi, MJ. Yes to all of the blah, blah. Yes to all of the above, but apples or peaches? I'm settling to read a bit. Some Garbaga stuff. I vote peaches. MJ says peaches. Peaches is winning. Look what I'm reading for Garb August, MJ. Nightstone by Rick Hartala. I'm reading this for the paperbacks from Hell Theme for this week. Am liking it. Here are some options. Ooh, lemon, orange, peaches, plums, nectarines, strawberries, blueberries, raspberry, blackberries, apples, or pears. Okay. What? That's too many choices, Joanne. Too many. I think peaches. Maybe raspberries. Peaches is my first still. Heck yeah, I love grits. Got to have butter and cheese. And have you ever had them with a salmon cake? Never. Sounds delicious. I'll have to tell my husband about that. In Charleston, I would hit a place called Grace and Grits. It was a religious experience. Oh, yum. Yum, yum. Not gluten-free, gluten light. Well, lucky you. I will admit, I did splurge this weekend and I did feel it because I have been doing so well. I did feel it because I did eat a hot dog, and I know hot dogs are terrible. They're so processed and terrible, but I ate hot dogs on a bun and I had a cupcake with ice cream. I'm also supposed to be sugar-free as well. Ooh, Nightstone looks fab. It's not super scary. It's okay. Yeah, I got these options off a recipe. Are you laughing at me because I said you had too many options? I usually like nectarines better than peaches, though. The fuzz is weird. Yeah, my sister used to be afraid of the fuzz as well as the pit in the peach, and I would chase her sometimes with the pit because I just thought that was funny. She's 3 years younger than I am. Ooh, raspberries sound good. Maybe, maybe. Judy, make up your mind if you're coming in or out. He can't decide. My husband must be home. He does not like for my this is my little dog, by the way, Tootie. He does not like for my husband and I to be separated. So he will continuously go back and forth between us to check us out. If we happen to be like, if my husband's in the kitchen and I'm in the living room, he'll actually lay down in the middle so he can keep an eye on both of us. It's really kind of funny. Halco, I've never had grits. What? I can't believe that. I also pick peaches too. My kindred spirit is agreeing with me on the peaches, Joanne. But grits, we have to get you to eat some grits. Strawberries are good with almonds. Yeah, possibly. Afraid of the Fuzz sounds like a bad cop show. Have y'all seen Hot Fuzz with Simon Pegg? I love Simon Pegg so much. And it's not just because of Shaun of the Dead. Simon Pegg is in so many wonderful films. In fact, he's also even in Mission Impossible, which I need to see the new one. Okay, so 3 votes for peaches, 1 vote for nectarines, 1 vote for strawberries. Okay, so you may have to go with peaches. Raspberries with cake does sound good. Okay, so Kay is going to throw in a monkey wrench because I did mention the raspberries. Okay, so 3 votes for peaches, 1 vote for nectarines, 1 vote for strawberries, and 1 vote for raspberries. This is hilarious. I can't wait to see what you're going to go with. Are you going to put this poll out to other people? I think it would be wonderful, Joanne, if you go out and you take a poll with people in like your little town and say, hey, what would you pair with that? Or like if you're in the grocery store and you happen to see somebody in there. I don't know. I just think that would be fun. Now I just want dessert. Yes, it sounds so good. Okay, we need to go ahead and sprint some more so that we can get some reading and some tasks completed. So, how about, yes, you see, I think that sounds fun. You are super friendly. So I could just see you like walking into the supermarket, doing your shopping, and you notice another lady shopping, and you just say, hey, what fruit do you think would pair? And then you could give them the options, the peaches, the nectarines, the strawberry, or the raspberries to kind of narrow it down. And then they would ponder it for a second, and then they give you the choice. I think it would be wonderful. And it would be research. It would obviously be research for your book. So Kay says apple pie or cheesecake, or apple pie cheesecake. That sounds delicious. Another recipe I've looked at says peaches. Yes, I see peaches. Peaches. Yes. Okay, we are gonna actually set our timer. Okay, let's look. Do y'all want to do 45 minutes again? 45 minutes, good? We could do 45 minutes. Everybody okay with that? Let's do 45. Okay, set time. And start. Uh-oh, JK says, you know what? Strawberries sound really good, but I might be biased. And Kay says 45 minutes. Sure, that'll be good. Okay, while this is, okay, we got another for 45. Our would you rather question for this week is back to school edition, because schools in my area started this week. Many of them started Tuesday. So my would you rather has to do with, let's see, with school. So I'm going to put it on. Let's see if it'll show up. Yes. Would you rather wear a uniform or wear whatever you want to school? So let me know in the comments what you would rather, and we'll see how everybody feels about this would you rather question. Okay, so I will see y'all back in 45. I've already started the kitty, so let's share it. There we go. Okay, so see y'all in a little bit. And happy reading, happy editing, happy writing. And Joanne, ask some people, see what you can do. You might even have to text some friends. There's our kitty cat. How did everybody do? Any thoughts to our would you rather question? Let's see. I actually met my goal and surpassed. I'm on page 300. Oh, help if I stop sharing the screen. I made it to 300. I'm disappointed because they had to add a unnecessary sex scene with a peeping Tom in it, and the peeping Tom was disgusting in my opinion. So that was not necessary in my opinion. So I don't like that. I have to get up to bake chicken pot pie in a few minutes, but 45 minutes sounds good. Ooh, chicken pot pie sounds good. Whatever I want, uniqueness for the win. Okay, so Joanne's saying she would rather wear whatever you want at school. Alicia, whatever I want all the way. And then Joanne was going to ask people in another sprint that she's in. She's sprint hopping. I'm curious, what fruit did these other people pick? Martha says, I react quite badly to nursing gigs where folks get uptight about my clothes. So I feel like whatever keeps you safe in shop class is good enough for most kiddos. So whatever you want for school, whatever you want to wear. Hey, Stormy, welcome. She's telling everyone hello. And we have some waving going on. And Faye said, oops, I'm 3 hours late. Ironically, because I was reading. What are you reading? And you're never late. Whenever you come is when you come. And Joanne is saying hey to Faye and nice to meet you. And what do you read and write? And Faye says she reads books. And she writes books. You read and write books, huh? I used to enjoy wearing a uniform to school. We were poor and couldn't afford clothes like the other kids wore, but wearing a uniform hid that. Well, I'm going to say I had to wear a uniform for all of my elementary, from kindergarten to 8th grade. And then I went to public school, and you could wear whatever you wanted. And I thought, oh, that's going to be so cool because I hated wearing my uniform. Well, guess what? That was not cool because you had to figure out what you were going to wear every day. And you needed to make sure that you didn't wear the same thing twice in the same week. And we didn't have lots of money either. So I didn't have all the special Guess jeans and all that kind of stuff either. So I would have gone back to wearing a uniform in a minute. And I will say, as a teacher, when I was teaching, I actually had a uniform. One school I worked at, you could wear scrubs. When I taught 2nd grade, you were allowed to wear scrubs. And I loved it because scrubs, you put out the money initially, but they last. They're very durable. And I loved them because I didn't mind getting on the floor with them. They were easy to keep clean. I loved it. And then when I moved up to junior high and we got a new principal and we couldn't wear scrubs anymore, I just wore black pants and a different colored polo. That was my uniform. It was so much easier just to order 5 pairs of black pants and an array of colored polos and just switch them out. So that was my uniform. And it was very easy. So I'm all for the uniform. Ooh, no one likes a peeping Tom. I'm telling you, it was disgusting, Alicia, because first of all, I have to say the author made it seem like this peeping Tom because he visited this farm with his dad to drop off hay for the horse that Beth was going to get for her birthday. And he sees something in the window and it makes you think that he sees something supernatural, something unsettling. But apparently, and we don't know who he sees, I'm assuming he sees Jan, getting dressed for work or something. But anyway, he literally goes to the house so that he thinks he's going to catch them. I don't know what he was going to do if they decided they weren't going to have some hanky-panky, but literally he is up in their like little loft spying on them he was falling off the ladder and all this stuff because a bat was attacking him. I was like, I thought for sure he was going to be toast. No, no, the author lets him live. I'm like, really? Really? Why? Why would you allow that? So gross. So gross. I got to page 62 of Flowers in the Attic. Very good. You're making really great progress. Stormy wants to know what I'm reading. I'm reading Nightstone by Rick Hartala. This is my Paperbacks from Hell selection, and it is a chunker. It could be half this size, I can tell you. There's a lot of stuff in here that could just be, it's just taken too long to get to the point of what is causing this supposable evil. And Don does go and visit a Native American that lives in the area who somehow knows what's going on before he's told about it. I don't know, like he's got some kind of psychic ability. So when you first start the book, it makes it seem like the issue with the Kinnavan family, the tragedy that happens to them in 1921, had to do with the fact that that tragedy, the boy who is in the tragedy is what the supernatural element is. But now I'm finding out that it might be something different that happened prior to then. But it's just taking forever to get to the point. And then they have storylines that are like going here and there. And then you got this gross Peeping Tom. I'm just like, I was liking it. And I would love it if they could just condense it down. Would have been cool if the bat had really gotten him. Well, the bat gets on his head, and I wish the bat would have bit him. I wish the bat would have had rabies. I wish as he was running down the path of the driveway, when Don comes out the house, I wish it was like automatic rabies that caused him to start foaming at the mouth, and somehow, I don't know, he imploded or something, because it would have been way more exciting than him getting away and being disgusting and gross while he was sitting there watching. I mean, because it wasn't not even that he was just peeping. He was doing other things. And I'm like, I want to wash my eyeballs out from reading that. Isn't that terrible? Terrible. And I know you'd run a risk with some of these books from the 80s or whatever, but they could have left that whole part out. It has nothing to do with the story. I think that is my thing about horror. I don't like is the oddball sex scenes they throw in. Yeah, like my thing is, I don't have a problem with Don and Jan wanting to have hanky-panky. That's fine, because that's what married couples do. And I don't even think we would have known about them having their bedroom scene if it wasn't for this gross Peeping Tom who comes there. I mean, that, I'm just like, why? Why would you include this? It was not necessary, especially since you didn't kill him. Like, my whole thing is the Peeping Tom should have been like something terrible happened to him. Now, maybe he does get rabies down the line. I think he deserves it because he's gross and disgusting to me. But that's the problem with this book, is that you're being strung along and like nothing really action-packed is happening. I need something more. If you're going to build it up, something more has to happen. I mean, I don't know. In my opinion, Rick Hatala is killing the wrong characters. It's the really gross ones. If this was a horror movie, that gross Peeping Tom would have been gone. It'd been like, out of here. So, cases, I agree with Faye. Uniforms make it so that the focus is off what everyone is wearing, but the one I had to wear once was really itchy. Being comfortable is important for paying attention. Yes, I do agree. Now, I went to a Catholic school, and we had jumpers when we were younger. I don't remember, though, having jumpers. I know they have jumpers now, but I do remember having my little white blouse and my uniform skirt, and they were comfortable. The only thing I didn't like is I had to iron my white blouse. Maybe he'll get what's coming to him later on in the book. That would be satisfying. I mean, I don't want to wish harm on anyone, but this is a fictional character who did something really wrong. And I mean, ugh, I don't know. And I could have just bypassed the whole thing, but I kind of needed to know because if something does happen to him later on, I want to be able to cheer about it, and say, you got what you got. There was a peeping Tom in town up here, and he didn't go to jail. The couple that were doing their thing did because their children were home sleeping, but home. We have weird laws here. Okay, wait. So a peeping Tom was in town. He didn't go to jail for peeping on a couple that were doing their thing because their children were home. Oh my goodness, that's craziness. I don't know. They have weird laws everywhere. Sometimes there are laws on the books that need to be taken off the books because they're like ancient, in my opinion. I think it was double knit polyester skirt with a bib-like thing. Itchy. Yeah, that does not sound comfortable at all. Yeah, I agree. If you have to wear a uniform, your uniform should be comfortable. And I have to say, they do give students here in Louisiana choices with their uniforms. Certain grade levels can wear shorts as long as they have their polo type shirt. I think they have to wear like khaki pants in public school. At the school I taught at, boys had navy pants or navy shorts, and they could only wear the shorts during this really warm months. Otherwise, they had to wear the pants. I don't know. That's Judy coming in. He can't decide where he wants to be. My little dog. Poor little doggy. He don't know where to be because we're not in the same room. Yeah, so it is a debate, but I do think the whole reason why they came up with uniforms, especially in public schools, was because of the issues, like what you were saying, Kay, with the focus not being on everyone. And I do think that they had some issues where, especially with shoes, like when Air Jordans and stuff came out, all those expensive shoes, students were having their shoes stolen and some of their clothes stolen. So I do think it puts the focus back on the education instead of what else is going on. It's not like it was like really long ago, but I don't know. My final answer is uniform. I never had to wear a uniform, but I would be down for scrubs. Yes, and I'm gonna tell you, scrubs they're so cute, some of them, and I loved them. They had a little store, and I actually even got some scrubs that were modeled after Grey's Anatomy. I thought those were very cute, and you could get the ones that had a little drawstring, or you could get the ones that just had the elastic waistband, and they were very durable. And I bought I bought a whole set for the week my first year, and then I would add some just for like holiday or whatever. And as they wore out, I would just get some new ones. But I loved them. They were perfect for second grade. And I think our teachers, we had teachers all the way up to fourth, and some of them even in fifth grade, maybe not fifth grade, fourth grade, would wear them. And everybody liked them because they were so comfortable. Scrubs would not be bad. Linen would work. It's breathable. Yeah, sometimes you would feel hot, but here in Louisiana, I don't care what you wear, you always feel hot. And then during the winter time, it was comfortable, and you could put a long sleeve shirt underneath during the winter, and that was fantastic. I love that. We did have some rules in the public school, like the length of skirt, short, words on t-shirts, no red or blue bandanas. Yeah, that's similar to how it was here, or black bandanas. Yeah, because I think all that is like symbols for like gangs and stuff like that. Yeah, so that makes sense. Okay, I think we're going to go into our last set of sprints for the evening, and we'll go ahead and do 30 minutes if that is okay with you. I think, I don't know if I'm going to read any more of Nightstone since I surpassed my goal for today. I think I am going to work on editing my book mail book haul. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing for sure. Kay said no Umbro shorts either, and Alicia thinks that 30 minutes is perfect. So let's go ahead and get our kitty started. Okay. And Kay thinks 30 is good as well. Okay, let me put our banner up. Okay, happy reading, everyone. Okay. How did everyone do on that last sprint? I decided to switch gears and I went ahead and started editing my video for my book mail book haul and got through a pretty good amount of it. It's not going to be a very long video, maybe about 18 minutes. I don't know, give or take. But anyway, I'm hoping to release that on Saturday. It seems like I'm releasing videos on Saturday. It used to be Friday, but now it seems like more like Saturday. And during Garble August, I'm trying to do a vlog for whichever book I'm doing for the themed week. So anyway, we'll see how that works. I enjoy doing the vlogs. It's just that sometimes I forget to get footage. So I'm trying. In fact, today I had an appointment and I was going to talk after the appointment, but because it ran late and I was needing to get home and take care of my dogs and everything before the live stream, that I ended up forgetting because I was rushing. So what can I say? Joanne wanted to know what kind of books you write, Faye. I'm not sure if Faye is writing books right now. I mean, she's reading books, but she does, I think she writes. She's getting her degree in English, if I'm not mistaken. Read another couple of chapters. Excellent, Kay. You are quite welcome, Kay. I appreciate you being here with me. I look forward to hanging out with you every week. Made it to 34% of the Gilded Web by Mary Baloff. Is that how you pronounce that name? Or Baloff? Baloff, maybe? It sounds like a fantasy, but 34% isn't bad at all. I read about 20 pages. Good. Making progress in Flowers in the Attic. I am horrible with vlogging as my life is boring. Your life is not boring, Stormy. Don't think that way. I also forget to get footage. Yes, I mean, I am bad about that, or it depends on who I'm with, because my husband doesn't really want to be on camera, and so I try to get that. I have to say, when we went to go eat lunch with my cousin who came in from Ohio, Danny and his wife Patty, they were fine with it. I just told them, don't look at the camera. I'm just getting some B-roll just so I can add it in that we had lunch together, and they were fine with that. So but I forget sometimes, like, especially if I go shopping somewhere and I'm like, oh, I want to get footage of me getting this and that and this and that. Well, then I get a little shy about filming it or talking in front of like other customers and stuff, because I don't know what they would think about it. But I don't know. It is what it is. I am not the world's greatest vlogger, but you know what I like about it is, hopefully you all like it and y'all enjoy it. I've had positive feedback from my friends that do watch. It is a record of that period in time in my life. And so I can go back and look at that, you know? So that's how I look at it. So I think you should try the vlog, even if it's a little vlog. It could just be a weekend vlog. That would be fun. No, it's historical romance. Okay, so The Gilded Web is historical romance. I like the title. And I'm back for the chat. Well, we're about to end our chat, Margaret. How did your live show go? Ooh, Mary. No, I'm not saying it right. Below, she's nice. So you see, I should have known Margaret would know, because Margaret is an author who writes historical fiction and fantasy. So awesome. We always like dog content in the vlogs too. I can imagine it would be funny to tell people you're just filming B-roll when they have no idea what you're talking about. Yes. Now, my cousin Danny did know what B-roll was, because he has a son that works in an industry where he is filming stuff for his company. So he did know what I was talking about, which I thought was kind of funny. But I do like to get, footage of my dogs if it fits in what we're doing. Because I mean, I do take my dogs out all the time, and I would have more footage of me walking my dogs if it wasn't so hot here. But I just got a new phone, and my camera on it has a feature that makes it not shake. So I'm gonna have to test it out and see, because I was thinking about getting this, I don't know what to call it, a tool, a stabilizer that you hook your phone to, not like a selfie stick, but just something that'll stabilize it. Because when I go to Sicily, I want to take footage, and I don't want to be like shaking the whole time that I'm trying to, like, go smoothly. This way I could just like smoothly go. That's my goal. But maybe the stabilizer, so I'm gonna have to try it. But we shall see. I need to learn how to use the phone, because it's so different from, I mean, it's not totally different. It's still the same company brand or whatever, just newer stuff. It's cool to have a video diary to look back on. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. I like it. It's kind of like my blog. A friend of mine convinced me to start my blog many, many years ago, back in like 2010. And my blog is about my life. I mean, just what I do in my life. Now, recently, it's become more about books, because that's all I seem to be doing is reading and doing my YouTube channel. So, but what I like about it is it's a record of things that I've done. When I go back and reread or find out how many times I've tried to lose weight or do whatever, I'm like, Lord, I sound like a broken record here. But it's funny to like look at that time, or a period of my life, what I was doing at that time and what I was trying get myself into. I did short vlogs, and that felt easier, FYI. Yeah. I mean, I'm doing mine over a week, and some weeks I'm busier than others. Like last week we had, family, and I was driving going to the South Shore a couple of times. And then we had Andrew's birthday, and I didn't know what it was till well after my channel started. Oh, meaning a vlog? I was there at Margaret Pinard. I just didn't chat. I actually had your show on every night this week. Yay, Kay! I'm so glad that you attended. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. We love a lurker. Yeah, I was lurking last night when Margaret had Hannah on as her guest during the sprints. I was watching Hannah's wrap-up video. So I was lurking. I lurk a lot. That's funny. Oh, B-roll. You mean the B-roll. You didn't know until you started your channel. Yeah, well, my background, my original degree is in drama and communication. And I can't even talk. Drama and communications with a minor in English. And I went back to school and was going to get my master's in English, and ended up getting my teaching certificate instead to teach elementary. So sometimes I think I should have just went and continued working on my master's in English, but whatever. So I worked for a public television station, and did freelance for them, worked as an associate producer for them for a short period of time, and then did a lot of freelance, big time freelance for them for probably 20 something years. So B-roll was my language. I was director, producer, went out, got my footage, all that good stuff. That's fun to say too. Yeah, it's just fun. I love it. Ooh, we got to do some dramaturg tinted stuff for our sprints on Friday, Ben. What does that mean? Am I to act? I don't know, Margaret. What am I supposed to be doing on Friday? I thought you were going to email me. Are you going to tell me tomorrow? When are you going to send me? What am I going to do? Shall I read? Hey, we could play some improv games. That would be fun. We could do a little improv. We should do improv. I need to have guests on here so we could do improv games. Actually, I try to make sure I leave streams up for watch time and boop in the likes. Yeah, I have to honestly say I didn't know this, But I think I found this out on Emma Bennett's channel. I think she was telling, I found out two things. One, it is good if you can leave the stream on the whole entire time. And then two, it is also good if you watch the videos on normal speed because, and it makes sense to me. And then when I was explaining it to Andrew, he was like, well, yeah, I mean, if you're going to watch something on 2 times speed and say it's 30 minutes and it's really only watching for 15, you only get credit for 15. I wasn't thinking. So I was like, yeah, I guess it does make sense. So the thing about it is, it all depends on what you're trying to do with your channel. I try very hard not to swim in the toilet of comparison, as Mel Robbins says. My thing is that I started my channel because I wanted to be creative and I wanted to challenge myself and I wanted to see if I could do it on my own. I started off with Kelsey. We just did a lot of fun things with our horror movies and stuff. And then we, moved on to our Year of King and we just had a lot of fun together. And I literally created my name and my banner and everything in like March, I want to say, or April. I didn't even release my first video until October. So I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. I don't know what I was waiting for, but anyway, I'm just like, I mean, I appreciate it, but I love my interactions with my friends here. I consider y'all my friends and I love hanging out with y'all. And I would love for y'all to want to come on and hang out even with me. Like I'll send you a link and you can hang out. That would be fun. And then we could play improv games. Alicia wants to know what time the show is on Friday. It is 7 p.m. Central Time because Margaret is Pacific Time. So I think it's 5 o'clock her time, 7 o'clock my time. I don't know. We have to invent something new and I'll email you tomorrow. It's there, there's so many things because I am an actor. I'm an improviser. I read books. I blog. I vlog. I don't know another word. Oh, and I have a dog. I know. I'm such a nerd. I am such a nerd. Improv would be fun. Yes, only if you're willing to play and not get too much into your head. I am old. I don't speed things up. Sometimes I have to rewind to hear it. You sound like me. Oh, I don't have time for normal speed. I'm trying to spread around as much love and watch time as I can. Come on, Margaret. Swim in the toilet, a comparison. Oh boy. Yeah, that's what Mel Robbins says. I love Mel Robbins. She's just so blunt and matter of fact. She's my kind of people. Stormy says, I speed people up. I have gotten too used to doing it. It's so many people to watch. Well, you know what, too? I think you also probably, do you speed up your audiobooks? Because I think if you speed up your audiobooks, you do have a certain level where you knew it. I don't really speed up. I don't listen to audiobooks, but except for when I had to do the Dead Zone, because James Franco was the narrator and he talked kind of slow. So when I sped him up, he talked like a normal person. But I don't really listen to audiobooks. But for podcasts, every once in a while, I'll have to put it to like 1.5 or 1.25. Come on and ask questions about that devilishly handsome alien behind you. Margaret, do you not know who that is? That is Ant-Man. He is a Marvel character. I believe he was part of the Avengers as well. Hey, Margaret, good to see you. That's Joanne popping in. Hey, Joanne, did you ever find out what flavor, what fruit? Yes, so Margaret's saying 5 p.m. Pacific, telling Joanne hello. Whoops. Did I just skip? Nope. I have some of my TVs and some on my PC, and I do actually watch them too. I have been known to listen to multiple chats. Can't go fast, but I can do multiple conversations. I have done multiple sprints before because sometimes I can listen to sprints on my iPad and then on my phone. And it has worked out sometimes that the sprints are at different. So, like, they might be chatting on one sprint, but then reading on the other, so I can get both of them in, especially because I, want to be able to support my friends. I like hanging with you. I like hanging with you, Stormy, especially on Monday nights. Let me tell you, you helped me reach my goal. And don't be surprised that your channel will not pop up in my vlog for this week. So guess what? You might not want to vlog yourself. I'm going to put you in my vlog because you helped me reach my reading goal. Haha, the nerdier, the nerdery, the nerdery goodness. I am a nerd. Me too. Thank you, Kay. Yes, I speed up my audiobook. Yeah. So that's why you see heavy stuff. I do not. Oh, that was my guess, though. Yes. Ant-Man. And Ant-Man is not as tall as he's supposed to be because poor little Ant-Man's bent at the ankles. You wouldn't even see Ant-Man's head because it would be touching the ceiling. Alicia thinks you're funny. Nice, thank you. Cultural osmosis. Anyway, from 1.75 to 2 times speed, I cannot. People would be like, blah, 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 and I would be like, what am I listening to? Martha was listening to you and to me tonight, and she said we had funny mashup of topics. Yes, we do. Yes, we sure do. I think Friday's conversation is going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what we will be doing during our work segments of the live show. That is what I'm curious about. Okay, well, wait. Okay, saying speeding them up sounds like chipmunks to me. Yes, I would be like, I don't get that. I mean, in order for me to be able to speed up, the person would have to really be talking slowly. Now, I know that I do tend to talk slow sometimes, especially if I'm trying to formulate what I need to say and to say it where it sounds intelligent enough. But I don't know. It is what it is. I'm sure people speed me up all the time, and that is just fine. I mean, it's you do you, boo. That's all I can say. And I appreciate people just watching. It makes my day, gives me a happiness boost, and brings me joy. So it is time for us to say good night. Is that time? It is 9:40 my time. I know it's getting late for some of you, especially if y'all are Eastern. My ears have gotten used to it. I know. That's why I said if you were listening to your audiobooks, Wednesday nights are always a pleasure. Thank you for the sprints, Kat. You are welcome, Alicia. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for always being here and always supporting me. I appreciate y'all very much. Everyone have a beautiful night. And as you know how I feel about y'all. Thanks for sprints, Kat. Good night, y'all. Good night, Halco. Halco needs to try grits. To bid adieu. So lovely to hear you, Kat. Talk soon. Yes. Cannot wait for Friday. Nighty night, Swamp Gas. Everyone from K Simmons. Night, Stormy. Thank you for coming and hanging out. And as you know, until our paths cross again, y'all need to stay amazing and be adventurous. And especially this month, y'all have to be adventurously trashy if you dare, if you have that much adventure in you. So see y'all later. Love you guys. Bye.